With YouTube Premium, enjoy ad-free videos, plus the YouTube Music app. One subscription, 2 apps. Try it free of charge.
Adobe Creative Cloud is designed to be almost like a playground. It's a collection of applications. If you are more like an illustrator or a graphic designer, you have your own app. If you are more like an editor or you want to animate, you have your certain app to do that. Whichever app you choose, you enter an infinite realm of possibilities. Adobe Creative Cloud has the tools to get you there.
Right. Let's see if I can get this thing working. Test, 1, 2. 1, 2. I see the music stopped as well, so let me see what's going on with that. See if that is a little bit better. I might have to turn the mic sensitivity up a little bit. It's been, what, almost a full year since I've streamed, which I really should be streaming every week. That was my goal last year. And I never got to it, because as per usual, something distracted me. Was it anything useful that distracted me? No, I started doing stuff to the side on like Saturdays to make extra money, and I just ended up not getting around to it. Alright, let's start with the beloved. So everything today is going to be focused around the Twisted Eyes stuff. Mostly memes because it is Valentine's Day. And as someone who could care less about the holiday but still wants to take advantage of the algorithm, I am definitely going to. My day is okay. I started later than I wanted. It turns out if you don't stream for almost an entire year, OBS decides that it doesn't want you to have access to all of your channels immediately. So I spent almost 30 minutes just trying to figure that out. Too bad, Miles. Too bad. Let me see if I can figure this out. I might have to manually adjust it from the... Is that better? See if I can adjust the sensitivity a little. No, I stick with Storyboard Pro, and most of the Toon Boom suite when I animate. I do have some Photoshop stuff, but I don't really like using them. Generally, I only use Photoshop because I have to. And after the debacle they caused last weekend, I am almost thinking that if I didn't have to, I probably would drop Adobe entirely. I don't know if you heard, but they were planning on closing off the entirety, like just shutting down. Ignore me turning off my Bluetooth. They were planning on shutting down the entirety of what was Adobe Flash, but is now called Adobe Animate, with very little notice to anybody. Yo, Miles, you're miles away again. I will continue to make that joke no matter how many times I see you. Oh, let me see what I can do about that. off now, so it has been a minute and a half since I've messed with any of the functions on this thing. Let's see if I can fix it. Advanced audio properties. Audio monitoring, audio input, desktop audio. Modern output. Why is it available on desktop 2 but not desktop 1? Weird. I downloaded all my Photoshop files. I haven't touched Adobe Animate since college because I just think it's not a very good program. I know it used to have its uses. It is one of the biggest industry ones, but for me, it's not my cup of tea. It's not specifically because Adobe has been leaning more towards AI. I just hate that by default the lip sync function on Adobe Animate is like attached to a camera. I think that's absolutely frustrating when I might want to make independent mouth movements. I am a bit sick, so you might hear me coughing a little bit. I'm going to try to figure out how to adjust the music for you, though. Oh, huh. Turned it all off instead of just my headset. It might surprise you to learn I do not actually like copyright-free music, and I only do it so you guys don't have to boringly listen to only the sound of my voice. So, while you guys are listening to copyright-free music, I have my own soundtrack that I usually put at the midpoint of the stream into the comment / description section. Especially with this project because it is a copyrighted song. Well, in this case, it is the red flags meme, which I might be able to scrub and it might be okay because I don't know if it'll pick that up. Let me see. Oh. Yeah, maybe if I scrub it and I don't play it through all the way, it'll be fine. The ironic thing is, I know I can probably use the, because I've posted, depending on which channel you guys are watching this on, you may see that in my most recent-ish videos, I've posted the whip for this. I've long since switched to Toon Boom Storyboard Pro. I own a copy of it as a perpetual license. And it is one of the best choices I ever made for switching programs. What I need to do is find a way to get all my Photoshop files to not be an absolute menace to society. They're getting too big. But that's just a me problem. Yeah, the chat seems to be lagging a little bit. I'm trying to find a solution to the audio issue. Because I think I could probably... I'm just going to put, the sounds of rivers on. Or, nature. Because that can't... Well, they can be copyrighted. But then I don't have to worry about it being a pain. Huzzah. Probably won't even pick up on that if I'm going to be honest. It's too quiet. I don't even think it is. Picking up my voice, though. Well, you know, I've used Photoshop almost as long as I've been alive. So eventually I'll just kind of get used to the idea of it. Alright. Now comes the time where I start putting Ivory in their delightful outfit. Ivory is this fella here. They, them pronouns. I love and adore Ivory. I have become obsessed with Ivory. Like, just strictly the last couple of weeks. Where's your other arm, buddy? What layer is your other arm on? Oh, nose. Oh, well, I'm going to be fixing it all anyway. Alright. We start with the base layer. A beautiful coat of white paint to hide my mistakes that I then decrease to 80% so I can see through it. My goal this year, aside from actually streaming, is to get to a point where I have enough mini storyboards that people are generally entertained without me having to stress too much about the upcoming pilot. We're still in the process of developing it. Like, the storyboards are done. I'm trying to save up money to finish paying the VAs, basically, and I've got some cleanup on the boards themselves I want to do. So, in the meantime, I will be doing, like, live streams. I'll be cleaning it up, because I am still only one of 2 animators on the project, and I will be doing memes. If you're not following the TikTok, which I know one of you is, I know one of you is stalking me. If you're not following the TikTok, then I suggest you try to, or at least pop in there every once in a while. Because the TikTok, I post more regularly there, the little mini clips, because I know I can get away with more audio stuff. I haven't figured out exactly how YouTube determines if something is safe or not to post online. One of the nice things about Ivory is determined to constantly show off whatever they're whatever they're wearing. They are a fashion icon through and through. Not in universe, but I put them in all sorts of pretty little outfits. Especially because this section here with the 4 little blobs has to always be exposed, because those are actually like life mites on their chest that keeps them alive, because they are hella old. Not like ancient, but like at least 50. Nah, they're in their mid to late 30s. But for like the type of insect they are, that's an awful long time. So I made a rule in the Bible that says that they have to have this piece of fabric. These 4 mites have to always be exposed no matter what outfit they're wearing. Which means I get to have low-cut shirts in a winter environment and not feel bad about it. Let's see if I can fix it. It should be nature sounds, but they might be too quiet. Hmm. Ah, it's gonna be gross. It wants to be connected to my headset, And I don't want to listen to it through my headset because it's boring sounds. Ugh. I'll figure it out. For some reason, it's not playing. I'm not sure how far off we are. So, to see how much the chat is lagging, when you hear me say the word penguin, put a star emoji or, I don't know, some kind of emoji in the comment section. Why aren't you letting me play music? Try this one. Can you hear it now? I hope so. It should be ambiance. That might crudely be interrupted by the sound of red flags memes at some point. Today's Ivory outfit consists of them being way too attractive to be part of my series. They're playing the role of a waiter in this short, so I get to be very fancy. By which I mean I get to put absurd outfits on them. So I have chosen two in particular. Now, another rule with Ivory, because of the way their legs are, I make sure that they are always wearing either shorts or some kind of like skirt or like generally something that helps show their silhouette. And they just look good in it. So like today's outfit of choice for the pants is going to be I'm finding my drawing. My reference photo. I use Pinterest a lot, if you haven't noticed. I have it on a separate screen though, because I don't think you guys want to see me just scrolling. We will go with the thing is, Ivory is such a flirt that it's hard for me not to find really like specific outfits, if you get me. You know, this isn't a bad combo. It's pretty calm. I'll have to get a different top, but this pair of pants fits really well. So we're gonna go with these pants. And I have the top already saved. So, where is it? It is... I might give them earrings too, but they don't really have traditional ears, so it might end up going on their pinchers. I've always said Ivory is becoming my favorite. They're the newest of the bunch for Twisted Eyes, and they're quickly becoming my favorite. Where is it? Bean, where is your stuff? I have a whole file folder for just outfits for Ivory, which they're not the only character I do this for, but it's the quickest in accumulation. Okay, so we're looking at 3 minutes between... 3? Roughly 2 minutes between the time you guys heard me and the actual comments. So, like from the time I spoke to the other. So I'm gonna have to keep note of that. Do I want to go really fancy with this? I'm debating changing which top I want. Because I know Ivory is also the type that would, like, totally go ham on this. I want them to look more showy than the actual characters who are supposed to be important, because they're going to interrupt the short halfway through to, like, just completely upend it. I'm very excited to do that. Let's go with... Ooh, okay. That's an option. Okay, help me pick. Do we want to go with... This is shirt 1, the red one. Or do we want to go with... Where's the other one? Or do we want to go all the way and just completely upend and be a total showstopper and go with... Where is it? I love it. I love them both. Why is Ivory so amazing? Option 2, which is... I'm just trying to find the other photo. Save that one for later. Ooh, yes, that one. There. Oh shoot, I closed the thing. No! I closed the music. Ah, there it is. There needs to be more shirts for guys that have, like, a window in them. Because I feel sometimes like all I ever have up is either mannequins or just, like, general outfit stuff. I don't tend to like care, but there's like there is a stylistic difference, and like I just want cool outfits for my characters, you know? I I don't know how to explain it. Just had it. Where'd it go? It was really, really cute too. Ah, there it is. Hmm. Ah. I will fix the music in a second. I'm just trying to figure out why I can't post the second outfit choice. It keeps trying to bring me to other places. There we go. So, if I do the second one, then I will point out I will be shortening some of the details on it. I can just get it to a little smaller. So, to get this to zoom out a little more. So I'd probably be chopping off the sleeves a little bit and opening up this main section down here. But do we want to go with the long outfit or the short one? And this is just for the top. Neither of these are really dresses. I'm reading the comments now. Have I tried to generate dresses in Blender? I don't really build outfits in Blender, period, because it breaks my computer. But I have thought about it. I'm also kind of more a person who I like to sketch out the outfit and then figure it out from there. Because to me, it's as much about figuring out what feels right for the character than just generating something. That being said, I do have some exciting news. We have a 3D designer who's going to be coming onto the show. Not designer's not the right word. We have a second 3D artist who will be joining the show in a few months. We're hoping to get started, but I mean, I'm going to be showing their stuff in a little while once they've had the chance to build stuff. Who will be doing 3D models of the characters, so that we have a reference point for the bigger shots. Now, I'm more of a set builder when it comes to 3D stuff, so I knew I had to bring them on. And I'm very excited because they're a fellow Canadian and they're not too far from me. So I'm like kind of pumped. See, every time I hear the name Giovanni, my brain goes specifically to epithet erased. Because I do love me my soup guy, Mr. Soupman, and he would wear something like that. But I know which character you mean from JoJo, and I don't think it really fits. Doesn't fit Ivory, but probably some kind of combo of the two outfits could. Yeah, the team is growing. I'm still reading the comments. I'm reading the one about the congratulations stuff. The team is growing. We have, I think, almost 25 people on the team now. Mostly voice actors. But we're slowly growing, and with a little bit of luck, this year will be the year when, the Ko-fi actually starts making an impact. Because it hasn't really the last 3 years. It's just kind of existed, and there's not been a lot of interaction with it. I'm excited though. The pilot is entirely roughed out. We're in process of getting the voice work done on it, and I'm doing some refinement to the look of the pilot so it looks nicer for the animatic, but as soon as we make those mini milestones, we'll be able to actually maybe post it later this year. There's a couple stuff that has to be done with it first though. Mainly, I gotta get the last of the voice lines paid for and recorded, and I've got to get the musician to finish what he's working on for it. By which I mean I have to reach out to him and get a quote, because the pilot's almost 15 minutes long. Might be more by the time we get all the voice lines done, actually. I need to fix the music while we're voting. Because I turned it off by accident. That's on me.
A hypoallergenic clean recommended by dermatologists. No irritating residues, no dyes, no perfumes.
It's being picked up. Good. For those of you who are watching on the other YouTube channel, the one that's actually for the show, we have one vote for the shorter of the two outfits, which works out well because it'll match nicely with the pants that we have for them. But votes are still open. I'll give it a few more minutes. Alright, and let me know if the music is back on as well, because I'm not sure. I flicked it back on, and OBS says that it's making sounds, but I don't know if it's actually audible. They're just nature sounds. I almost thought about starting a brand new meme and showing you guys the entire process today, because I have a few back cataloged for Valentine's Day in specific between Maruka and Adira, but I didn't know if people really would want to watch that when this is the more fun of the two skits, in my opinion. I could start the other one and just tuck this away. I guess that would depend on what people want to see. So I like both couples. Does it count as a ship if I've made them? They're my OCs, so I don't know if it really counts as a ship, and it's my universe. So it's like, is it a ship or is it just a regular relationship? No. The other channel right now is the Twisted Eyes YouTube channel. It has its own separate YouTube. I will be playing around with figuring out if I can go live on TikTok or not. I don't know if I can stream from the desktop. And I also have a Twitch. But neither of those are playing right now. It's just this channel and the Twisted Eyes YouTube channel. I have a Kick account, but I don't use it because I just, it doesn't get the same, like, amount of people visiting it. I have commissions to do later today too, so maybe I'll ask them if I can do that separately. Because I used to do live commissions where people could pay me a little bit of money on Ko-fi, and I'd just draw the commissions for them live. They were always sketches. This is more context for Miles, because I know you've been around for a while, Punk. And I know you remember the good old days. I'll grab you the YouTube, sure. It's not as active as my main, though, so... It's because I'm never sure whether people want to see process videos. I'm hoping to get better at that. When was the last time I ever posted anything? Yeah, the last video was from over a year ago. There's some shorts, I think, that are somewhat recent. I need to post more there. But I don't think people tend to really interact with it. There's the link. When we do launch the pilot, it's going to launch on this channel. On the Twisted Eyes channel. I mostly post like progress stuff on my main, which is why it's slightly more active than the other. Icon check time. It is 12:21. When you do hear this comment, let me know what time it is for you. I'm doing regular checkos. I know the music is very boring. It's putting me to sleep too, and I apologize for that. plugging away at it. Okay, so it's at least a minute apart. That's still not bad, though. So I'm going to make some adjustments to this outfit so that it fits the aesthetic of Ivory's clothing a little bit more, but the basics are going to be there. The amount that I ship Ivory and Hugh is absolutely ridiculous. I need to be stopped from shipping them so much. Because unlike Adira and Maroka, where it's like something that I know is just a default for the show, this is like one of those things where I'm like, I really want to ship them, but I don't know how to like engage their relationship properly. Because I haven't had it written into the script yet. They have interactions, but until recently, I kind of was like, I could tell Ivory would definitely have a crush on Hugh, but I didn't realize just how much I shipped them. Because sometimes you can just get a feeling for when a character really wants to be with another character, and this is one of those cases. I'm sure you've seen the 2 or 3 memes that I've posted about them already. The thing is, you can't really feel emotions the same way a lot of other people can. So it's like, we've got a very over-energetic little bean who is not a great, well, neither of them are great people, but we've got the overly energetic little bean that is Ivory, and then we've just got Hugh, who's like only frame of reference for a lot of things is whether or not someone can be helpful to them. Because unfortunately, I mentioned it before, he has I think it's DIID. Wait, let me look up the acronym. BIID, which is body integrity identity disorder, which is the thing where people want to cut off their limbs, like healthy limbs or fingers or eyes or whatever. Like they feel physical pain from certain limbs, and he has that. He's got that, and he's also got narcissistic personality disorder, like a diagnosable degree of it, because I wanted representation for it. And he's always had a rather large ego. So the two of them together, it's a lot of trying to figure out how to show that it is a manageable relationship. Like there's nothing to be scared of, just because someone has a different ability to feel than you. Mind you, again, neither of them are good people, but that is separate from whether or not they have a condition. So, like, I can still ship them. Thank you. It must be nice compared to the street sounds that you're used to on the side there, Miles. Yeah, there's a lot of different kinds of relationships in this show. Adira and Maroka touch a lot on, like, specifically caretaker fatigue, because Maroka is chronically ill, and it is very hard for them to manage their own lifestyle. And yet, they're also not defined by that. Maroka is a very energetic, outgoing person when they do have bursts of energy, and when they don't have bursts of energy, they're wiggling as much as they can, because that's just their nature. They're explorative, they're inquisitive, they love history, they love making things, and like more than anything, they want to have kids. And that's their whole arc. As far as Ivory goes, Ivory they own a quarry, and that quarry is where a bulk of passive interaction happens, because that quarry doesn't mine minerals, it mines stuff that a lot of the more vegetarian creatures of the islands are able to eat, because there's not a lot of flora there. So it's like mushrooms and mosses and things like that. And they're normally a very put together person. Normally Ivory is able to just kind of push down any unprofessionalisms, if you want to call it that. They're very well spoken. They're very, like, they're able to wrap their brain around things a lot quicker than a lot of other people. But over the course of meeting Hugh, it's clear it's more of a front for, like, a businessman persona than it is who Ivory actually is. And it's very much a survival mask for Ivory. Now, mind you, dropping that survival mask for Hugh is probably a choice and a half of regret, but, like, it's whether or not you're willing to take that risk that matters. And whether you're willing to be able to identify the difference between what is actually a red flag in a relationship and what is someone just having a different sense of perspective. And that goes for all relationships, not just, like, the ones that involve specifically romance. There's a lot of different relationships in this show. Relationships between people, between deities and mortals, between different cultures. It's not... The show at the end of the day is really about getting to know people and understanding what leads people to bad decisions or good decisions, or just what our connection to other people are. Is it a crazy time? Absolutely. Do I love talking about it? I do. I could go on for hours about it. So once I finish putting the basics for this part of the outfit down, I can start kind of posing the rest of it, but it's important that this looks proper first. The sort of ironic thing, really, is I'm ace, so for me, I don't talk about it too much, but it's because it's ironic. I'm used to being around people who are in relationships, and I can pick up little bits and pieces of what is healthy and what's not. I think a lot more than people realize, and it's allowed me to be able to write more realistic stories than a lot of other shows. Although, that being said, that doesn't mean there aren't good ones. It's just animation has a tendency to be always leaning towards the will they want they plotline, because they want to be able to keep people's intrigue, and that's not what this is. This is about being able to be with people and seeing them as people, not necessarily about whether or not that person is in a love triangle, if that makes sense. Because to me, that's one of the more boring things you can do with a storyline. It's one thing to show whether a character is developing an interest in another character. It's another thing entirely to spend an entire season that is supposed to be an action-oriented cartoon or general series on whether or not two people are going to get together, and just having it as, like, not something that's actually building, but like teasing the audience. I'm very much someone who doesn't like doing that. So, like, and I'm sure you know what I mean, because there are lots of shows that come to mind. The greatest piece of writing advice I ever got, though, was to make every character in my animated series. It's something I learned from Korra, from the Avatar series Korra, and listening to the writers and showrunners of that show. They said if you have to have relationships in your show and you want to develop them, don't limit yourself to the binary. Have your characters be more or less all bisexual unless there is a purpose specifically for them to be something else. So we have characters that aren't, but by default, it opens up more doors for writing if you just treat every character as whether they'd be interested in another individual character and you take gender out of it entirely. And I live by that. All of my characters, unless it serves a purpose, are by default bisexual. And that is something I'm very happy about. Because I can tell it's opened up more possibilities than it ever would have otherwise. There are characters that aren't, that are more like demisexual leaning, and I would say Canal is, I would say, asexual and probably demisexual. Demi-romantic and asexual. And I have 3 characters in the show that are poly. Because that's just that I don't believe in forcing any particular thing on a character. But if that's just the energy they give off, then that's just what they are. Elijah is poly. Ashira is poly. And, I debated having Maroka poly, but Maroka's not going to be poly. I think it means more if they're, there's a word for it. Mono relationship, like one, attached to one person. I think that's more important for them. But, there are, oh, and Merritt. Merritt is the other one who is poly. So, Merritt, Ashira, and Elijah are all poly. And I'm very excited about that because it's going to be interesting to explore that dynamic. Because I find a lot of shows that have poly couples, again, they treat it as an opportunity for infighting, when I think there's more opportunity to be able to explore whether or not a character is truly like the differences in how they behave around each other. There's a lot of interesting things you can do with writing. And you might be wondering, is it just because it's Valentine's Day that I have chosen to speak extensively on my writing choices? And yes, it is. I'm trying to catch the algorithm. Now, the show itself is very emotional, Punk. There's a lot more going on than just relationship drama. It's only because it's Valentine's Day that I'm like, I can use this to catch the algorithm off guard. Emotions are hard to write because it feels like a lot of times there's a difference between what emotion you want to give and the way the characters actually want to respond to things. And that's true here too, I would say. I've learned more about my characters by just letting them exist on their own. Am I on the right layer? I am. Than ever by trying to force something to occur in a show. There's a great rule of thumb that says if you can't have something occur naturally in the show, like if it can't fit no matter how you try to make it fit, then it's probably a sign it needs to be scrapped. The algorithm doesn't notice me, so I like to joke that I want it to notice me. Oh no, I have resolved model. I know it's just because I gotta flip the canvas, but it's bugging me. get ready to add the extra armos on here. Because Ivory has many arms. 4, like most of the cast. You might notice my cast has a lot of multiple arms in them. Are we enjoying this music, or have I chosen music that's not going to work for everybody? Because it's whimsical, but I'm not sure if it's the right kind of whimsical. And I'm about to jump scare y'all by checking if I like the way Ivory moves in the shot, and that's going to cause music to play from the actual board. I haven't read it yet, but I intend to at some point. I've been absorbed into 2 other fandoms at the moment. Because Cookie Run Kingdom just did the unbelievable with their chapter update. And I am, like, still processing the calamity that occurred. And I don't know how to feel about it yet. Because I don't know how the game is going to go from here. And on top of that, they're talking about the Deva sisters who created Cookie Run as a franchise, has a brawl-style game coming out in June. That I wonder if it's going to involve, because it's still a Cookie Run thing, I wonder if it's going to follow the pattern of other Cookie Run IP, where it's like its own mini-universe, or if it's going to follow specifically what's occurring in Kingdom. I am pumped either way, though, because they released a fan comic for that one, too. Like an official comic. And I'm a sucker for a video game that releases a comic alongside of it. I haven't been... That'll be huge. I can't encourage Miles to play it anymore. I used to be able to say play Kingdom, but you're not gonna be able to handle it after the update, bud. I'm sorry. But I highly suggest Kingdom if you haven't played it yet. Cookie Run Kingdom has become an incredible game. I've been with it since the very beginning of the franchise. Like, at least for Kingdom. I got started in Oven Break. Can you guys even see what's going on the screen?
You've dreamed of publishing a novel someday.
We're gonna
Kickstart your
ignore
author
the
career
advert.
with $50,000. Introducing Novel Beginnings, a brand new writing contest for unpublished
If it
fiction
doesn't
writers
flag
in
me for
any
copyright,
genre.
then I don't
Start
care if it
writing your
plays.
novel with free expert advice and support.
It's just
Submit
because
the
it's on
first
YouTube.
5,000 words for a chance to win $50,000 or one of our $5,000 shortlisted prizes. Entries close March 31st. Novel Beginnings. Your author career starts here.
I'm choosing to ignore it.
of spaces in a click. Connect your dots, and then the dots. Unlock insights and next steps. It's easier than ever. Adobe Acrobat Studio.
Put the spikes on the wrong spot of his arm. I love my beans. But the best bean of all is out in the backyard barking up a storm. I am thankfully not alone in the house, so I don't have to actually pay attention to him today. I would love to pay attention to him, I would. But he can survive without 5 minutes of me calling him a good boy. I guess because it's sideways. His arm is facing this way. The spikos would be here. I had it right the first time and I didn't trust my instinct. Do you think I'm going to get copyright struck for having the other song there? Because it shouldn't, because I've been able to post the video with the music on my channel, as long as it's not, well, it's like region locked, but that's like a nothing thing. So I would think it would be okay to have my stream have samples of it. Alright, now we add the towel. It's mostly been Cookie Run, and I did get back into the Arcana because there was a huge update. But I've been playing that, Woolhaven, and a little bit of Smile for Me as well, because I've been absolutely in love with some of the content updates for it. Which I didn't think there would be any content updates. I want to play Nefarious as well again. I haven't played that in a little while. Yeah, I heard that. I heard about the collab. I'm not in the least bit surprised. And I'm just happy it's not another KFC one. Because they constantly do collabs with KFC. And it's getting to a point where I'm starting to wonder if it's the Colonel that's contacting them, or if they're contacting the Colonel. Because, like, they're not the only game I know that's had a KFC collab. IDV as well has had one. But the IDV one was just kind of funny. to have a horror game be like, hey, we're gonna connect with the Colonel is just really funny. But a lot of them are like South Korean games. So, and I think Dev Sisters is as well. So I'm wondering if it's a culture thing. Because I know South Korea and Japan are really big into KFC. Japan has like a whole Christmas holiday thing around it. Like it's a big thing there. So I do wonder if that's part of it. Dev Sisters have had a lot of good collabs though. Because I know they did a K-pop one for Kingdom, and they did the Disney collab. And it'll be interesting to see how they approach One Piece for a Battle Brawl one. Because I think it has opportunities, but I do wonder if the game will break. Because they had issues with, I think her name was like Sour Gummy Cookie. She's the one that has the one that has the blaster of sorts, the rapid fire blaster. Can I say the word here on YouTube? I don't know. the machine gun. That was released like sometime
Josh was just a
last year.
creative guy with great ideas until he started creating with Artless all-in-one AI platform.
And now, Josh is the largest studio in Hollywood. Let's take a look inside. This is where Josh eats breakfast every day. It takes Josh
And in the
12
second
days to
arm.
create these incredible films, unlike a standard production that may never get done. This is the phone where
Ugh,
he recorded
that's an AI
his
ad.
original voice memos.
Ugh.
An unconventional love
Yucky.
story between a garbage man and a
There. Skipping it. Yucky. Look at Ivory. They're beautiful. We love Ivory. This is an Ivory-only household. I would not let you ship any of my other beans with each other. I kid. You can ship any of them, as long as they're like... As long as I get as cute ships as a particular other fandom that we both like, then I am content. The day that I get to a point where I can have cool people making fan content of the series, I will probably scream. I will never get there. We are a small community, but we are a passionate one. Time to add the wine bottle. Yeah, KFC isn't everything, man. I don't. They seem to have a way with the cookie verse in particular. Okay, so fun fact about this board. It came about because I had the voice actor for Hugh record a separate storyboard about a month ago involving a dark humored meme that is like part of the canon of the world, but like it's just very funny. To me, it's very funny. And then I was like, oh, I should make a series of skits where it's just like various characters putting Picel through absolute hell. Because that's what this is. We're ruining Picel's life as we always do. Why do we choose to ruin Picel's life? Because we can. He's done nothing wrong, but his life will get ruined nonetheless. That is just the law of nature. We accept the misfortune we have given him. Does he accept it? Probably not, but it's not his choice at the end of the day. For I am the one holding the pen. Okay. So, moment of truth. Do we think I'll be able to play more than a couple of seconds of this without it getting copyright struck? Ask the question. I'm going to attempt it so that you guys can get a feel for the board. But if for some reason it stops working, like the stream, go to the latest post and just like leave a message saying it got disconnected. And then I will fix it. But we're going to try, and I'm just going to do a small chunk of it. technically I haven't even finished the full board yet. Okay, shall we try? Here we go. Wish me luck. Turn the volume down just a little bit more.
The day started off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me? My favorite food is fish. Baby, that's my favorite too. I love cutting dogs. Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. The day
I love Ivory. I think I've said this. Ivory's my favorite. Slowly start implying that Ivory has been eyeing Hugh, just very subtly, by moving the pupil 1/8 of an inch. Details nobody but me will notice, but I think are important. Fun fact, Ivory's pinchers, these things here that are sticking around their mouth, they actually do move. It just only occurs if they're very happy. They were perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me? I have to add more detail to the body. Gotta fix the arms because they're now facing the wrong direction. Ah. Says we're still streaming, so I don't think I've been hit by copyright yet, but I'm going to double check. No, they're insects. The characters in my show are mainly insects. I just really like exoskeletons, you know? For example, this fella over here, gotta find my reference sheet for what they are. They're a type of centipede that has like eye stalks. I have a reference sheet around here somewhere. And then, ivory is a mixture of a stag beetle and a... what are those things called? I'm not good at pronouncing things. I have the note somewhere. Most of the creatures in the show are some form of insect. Carrion. Ivory is half carrion, half stag beetle. And then our beloved Picel. I gotta find a reference to what Picel is. Picel is a specific kind of creepy crawly. And I gotta find the name of it. Because I have photos of it, but it's one of those things where you need to make it up. Most of them are moths, which are moths, but there's a handful that aren't. And I know I really like whatever Picel is because they're like very close to the crustacean family, but not actually. There's a word for it. Saw the thing about it the other day about it being a weird food dish, which is kind of what sparked this whole thing. Yes, the prairie chicken is the best one. We do love our beloved prairie chicken. I have to finish a meme with them. I have to finish a meme with them soon too. I haven't finished it. I've been so focused on Picel because Picel is Moroka's like bestie. What is this bug though? It's gonna bug me. Type of deco mod, I know that. Oh, isopod. Isopod. Very specific type of isopod. Because I think isopods are cute and you can't stop me from thinking they're cute. I'd own an isopod. I would. They'd make great pets. What kind of isopod? I don't know. Something that gets big though. I think Picel is a Titan isopod. But I'm drawing a blank to it because the key to this particular isopod is its eyes. It has eye stalks. I'm on a website with all the isopod types. So I'm just scrolling through till I find the one that was the inspiration. The reason they're all insects is so I can have a diverse type of climate. Because most of the show takes place in a very icy kingdom. Ah, there he is. Okay, so he is a Porcilo flavermogatus. And a very cute one at that. There's a lot of types of isopods. I could make a whole colony of isopods. Ooh, that's a pretty isopod. Ooh, yes. I want to know more about you. What are you? Oh, it's just a reflection. But shag. I thought I found something cool, but it's not. It's just because it's reflective. I'm not going to show you photos of insects because I think that gross you out. But insects are very cute. Well, I have a huge book of all the information about the show. It's well over 300 pages at this point. The only reason I'm blanking out at the moment is because I don't have the document in front of me. So I had to go do secondary research briefly. Add the other ermine. I feel like I need more coffee in my system. It's 1 in the afternoon. probably could. Oh, is the arm moving? Towards that.
Business travel can be complicated business, so Engine made it simple. Book, manage, and save on every flight, car, and hotel in one intuitive platform. Book business travel at engine.com/go and make work travel less work.
If the show gets popular enough, I do have plans on releasing a book. But not yet. Okay, now we get to the tricky part. I have to begin the process of changing the pose over. So to do that, I have to insert a new layer so that I can put all of the old stuff in it as a reference point. And then I reduce the opacity on this. Shenanigans occur over here. It makes my day that people are willing to watch me just drag lines everywhere. I wouldn't think anybody would find this interesting. Now, I'm not looking to one-to-one copy these shots, because the purpose of this is primarily just to get things done. Miles, you have given me an idea. I could potentially do something similar to this skit, just not with red flags, with Hazel. I don't tempt me to hurt the bean, but I will. I hurt all the beans, and it is a rite of passage for there to be some kind of video of that. I've already said I was gonna use Cannibal Animal for a skit with your boy, so I cannot use it for Hazel if it's going to be used for a Leander skit, because I have a storyboard in mind. I mentioned, and I am determined to find a way to put your boy in a Hudson Bay commercial. I will find a way to plop him into Hudson Bay. What song could I use, though? Yeah, I'll see what I can do. Is it just sensitive or 1, 2, 1, 2? Let me know if this is any better. I should bring some coffee down here. I thought about moving the mic over, but then I have to undo all the parts. Oh no, I gave him the wrong color bangs. I'm sorry, bud. We'll fix it later. There we go. One. Any back? Moving the location of my microphone. Let me know if this helps at all. Shouldn't be. It's showing that it's responding. Might have to adjust the sensitivity on it after the stream. Because I plan to go back to doing this weekly. I just haven't figured out what day of the week yet. Because it vastly depends on whether or not I have a D&D campaign. Mine is tomorrow, so I don't know if it'll do that every week, but this week it's on Sunday, so I can do this today. Because I like to do large blocks. The danger right in front of me. We are jesting about a potential idea for a bean of his. Oh my goodness, you know, it'd be really cute when I get around to that animatic. I gotta, and make me hold to this because I should. Remember that discussion we were having about, when to retire? It'd be so funny if I, with your permission, when I get around to the Hannibal Cannibal skit, but please tell me I can, because it'd be really, really funny. Please tell me you'll let me put the bean in a Hudson Bay colored outfit. That'd be so funny. Just imagine, we'd have to pick a style because there's been a lot, because it's almost like 60 years old now. Well, it's over 100 years old, the company, before it folded. But like, you can't tell me it wouldn't be funny if we just like casually threw the bean in a really ugly coat. There we go. We'll put him in Mountie outfits. Little fashion show for the fashion icon. We got lots of outfits actually. But the classic is this one. This is the classic. A fancy bean in a very ugly parka. Alright. Thanks for dropping by, Punk. It was great seeing you again. I'll do it, Miles. I will. Nothing can stop me. Back to me boarding. Fix the hand because I remember that was a problem in the original board. And I'll play it for a little loop. It'll be a little jarring, but that's okay. Just making sure things are running the way I want them to. I think what we'll do is break it into two actions. Because this is putting down the menu board. I claim to be many things, but an artist that is good at their job is not one of them. I kid. Ooh, I put it on the wrong layer. No. Get your arm spikies away from my other boy. Get out of here. There. Should be on a separate layer. that to see if it runs. I'm going to let it loop a couple times, so you might get jump scared a little bit. And again, if for some reason the stream cuts out, just DM me and I'll sort it through. Let's see, this is 7. Okay, so file export movie. Oh, it's exporting the whole thing. I didn't want it to export all of it. I meant to just do the 6. Did I just crash? No, Storyboard Pro! You're not supposed to crash on me. Honest. Weird. Okay, we might crash. I'm not sure what's going on. Am I still on? I don't know, because I think I'm the only one watching right now. Okay, good. Yeah, I think something's up. You missed my whole comment about putting your boy into Hudson Bay outfits. I'm just trying to figure out how to... It crashed on me, briefly. And I'm going to be here all day. Like, you don't have to stick around if you don't want to. I got no D&D until Sunday. So I'm streaming for the first time, and I'll probably start doing this weekly again. I used to do this every week. Like 2 years ago, but I want to get back into the habit of doing it. I lost it. I have to fix it though. Darn. Oh, heck yeah. You know what that means. All the stairs. I bet you're gonna get a ton of them too. Not stairs, but like people wanting it. Wanting to come and get greetings from the beam. I have permission to Hudson Bayify your boy? Don't tempt me. Do you know how much stuff Hudson Bay has that I can just slowly accumulate around him? I'm not sure why it does that. What's the refresh rate on this like anyway? Like, are you hearing me roughly just a couple seconds after I speak, or? I have to improvise, hold on. Don't understand. I'm gonna have to make a separate layer for the book. I don't want to, but it's looking like that's the direction this has to go. Just gonna run a quick test on this. And let it loop a few times to see if I like how it's kind of flowing.
They started off so well, beginning my night, not expecting the fight of my life. was perfect from what I could tell.
As you can see, there was a design change between the time I started this and now for Ivory, but that's okay. It's going to go like this. We're going to run a test for the audio and the syncing. I like to do it out of program. If it gets picked up by the copyrights, then so be it, but this is just what must be done. I'm hoping it won't, though, because it should only be blocked in some territories.
The day started off so well, begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love. The day started off so well, begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love. The day started off so well, begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love. The day started off so well, begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not
This is the Human Centipede song. So as we get progressively further into this, it's going to get weirder. I'll let it play further in. That's why I picked it, though, because it fits them both perfectly.
The day started off so well, begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite? The day started off so well, begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite? The day
Let's knock out that second half so that I have something to work with.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo.
No problem. Thanks for hanging out, Miles. Have fun with whatever you're doing.
off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of art called
Human centipede.
The date started off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of art called
Human centipede.
The dates. The date started off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the date started off so. The date started. The date started off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of art called
Human centipede. Human centipede.
that I'm gonna get murdered tonight. The date started off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of art called
Human centipede. Human centipede.
that I'm gonna get murdered tonight. The date started off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of art called
Human centipede. Human centipede.
that I'm gonna get murdered tonight. The date started off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of art called
Human centipede. Human centipede.
that I'm gonna get murdered tonight. The date started off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could do?
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of art called
Human centipede, human centipede.
I think that I'm gonna get murdered tonight. The day started off so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life. She was perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cutting dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all.
I am back. How is everybody doing? I don't know what you were saying, so I'm gonna have to put that in a translator real quick. 1 moment. I'm guessing that is Spanish. I'm going to start a new board quickly because I had an idea while I was on break. Just got to decide which video I want to use audio from.
Can you keep a secret?
No.
I have no idea how we're still alive.
I'll do that one later, maybe. I'm trying to find one that'll work for Hazel.
How do I look, Maymay?
I just did that one yesterday.
Wow!
I guess it'll be this one. I have an idea for it, so I just gotta move the audios and stuff over a little bit so it'll work. I'm gonna play a few times while I try to figure it out. Because we are going to do a scene with Hazel. Because dear VA isn't here right now. And I can do sad things as a result of that. egg. I'm wheezing. It's just egg. I gotta go get some off my system. I haven't yet, but I need to. Alright, let me know if y'all can hear the music or not. Test 1, test 2. I am going to see if I can figure out what's going on with the delays. OBS settings. Put Test 1. See if we can figure this out. I'm sure it's just like a setting, and I can figure this out. So it must be something I have to fix on YouTube's side. Okay, we might just have to roll with this because I don't know how to fix it. It might be something I have to do when I'm not streaming. But we'll figure it out. I'm going to try to start by figuring out this little section. We've got Albino to draw. I'd love to have other music, but I am not able to do that. Or I can, it just means you guys aren't going to be listening to music for a bit. I'm okay with that, because I don't think there's anyone here at the moment. One, two.
Lord. Lord, I'm one. Lord, I'm one on my own. Lord, I'm one.
That's a great question. I don't draw Hazel that much, and I need to. So this is the little baby Hazel before all of their colors settled. He looks like a lion cub, which is very funny, but he's a prairie chicken mixed with a flying lemur. So don't mind the fact that he just looks like a wrinkly little lion cub right now. He just doesn't have his full feathers yet. It's yeah, you know me well enough to know that that is exactly what I'm gonna do in a minute. would be a terrible shame. It really would be. But I am not above doing that. Alright. Let's see if I can thumb it out so you guys know what I'm doing. Yes. Yes, we must. He's a small bean, but a small bean must be even smaller on the screen. We cannot allow happiness in this fan. This stream cannot allow for happiness. I must make a sad board. It is in my nature. If I didn't, it wouldn't be a board of mine, now would it? Yeah, it's like the third or fourth one where I've just been like, let's do something emotional, because you're the fun boards. Alright, so, we need to thumb out where the others are, because it's going to be spooky. Because if you didn't know, Hazel here works at Ashira's temple, which means that basically I got to thumb out how they got in this circumstance. Now, is a little bean, which means I get to have some fun with the boards. Now, it is somewhat ironic, I suppose you could say, because Ashira's temple is also where Elijah eventually ends up getting born, so it works out. Now, why this small bean was left in a temple, we don't know. But was, and this is now their fate, to be drawn by me, very sadly. Yeah, it is. You caught the song pretty well. I wonder if I could switch this to the other app. I don't know. I thought about it. That's probably something I'll do next week. Which would be awfully sad, wouldn't it? But the VA is not here, so I can be as sad as I want. He's born into sadness. Because you left me in the stream on my own. And this is what happens when I'm left on my own. Sad boards occur. When you just want to be bored and somebody leaves you on the altar by accident. That's funny. Thank you for that hilarious joke. Let's pull it out a little bit. We'll jump to 10. I don't think that's big enough, actually. Because I want it to be like we're slowly zooming in on the bean. So much sadness. I don't think you guys can even hear what audio I have because I'm realizing I didn't turn it on again. Whoops. Sorry. I'm trying to avoid copyrights. such a little baby. He's just a little baby. Love him. Making this so much sadder than it needs to be. I'm sorry, people. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make it sadder. That's the mic. Test, test. Yeah. Yeah, I'm making the big sads. This is just what's gotta happen.
Someday I'll wake and rub. Someday I'll wake and rub. My eyes. Rub my eyes.
What, did you expect my storyboards to be happy? Yeah, no, they never are. Well, that's not true, but you know what I mean. Look at him. Look how soft this fishy boy is. Oh. We do love him. He's a good boy. He's doing his best. Crawling across the screen. Look at him. He's like a little lion cub. Rawr. So sleepy. He's so sleepy. Get him give a big yawn. Oh, he's trying so hard. He's such a good boy. Give another big stretch and a big yawn. Is it really only 4 o'clock? Goodness. Feels later, doesn't it? Big. I don't know where that leads to. But I know it's an error of my own making. There we go. guess what matters. I'm not going for atomical accuracy at the moment. I'm just trying my best. He's tired. Leave him be. A lot of the Beanos have, yeah, you've caught the detail. A lot of them do have these sort of like gray eyes when they're little. We'll give out the tiniest little yawn here. Because he is alone in the darkness. He's just a little tiny bean. Alone.
Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes. Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes.
This is so sad. What have I done? I didn't mean to make it this sad. Oh, this poor little Beano. Oh, I've hurt him. I might cry on stream from my own artwork. Oh.
Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes, and in that land beyond. Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes, and in that land beyond. Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes, and in that land beyond. Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes, and in that.
I don't want to ruin this mood by showing them the progress of this. I just put a laugh there. Oh, my heart. Oof. Who would do this to such a small, innocent being? I would. I have ruined this bean's life. And he's only existed for maybe 3 months. I'm sorry. I can't be held responsible for my own artistic expression. Look at this little goofball. He's just coming into the world. And I'm already making it terrible. He just wants to exist. But like all of my beans, you must go through a period of time where I am just not sure what to do with you. I'm sorry, Miles. You took on the responsibility of the small bean, and that means that my madness is also partially your responsibility now. When there are no ground rules for what to avoid, the beans get hurt. All of them, always. It's just the nature of how I board, unfortunately. He's just a little guy. He's just a little guy. Still active, at least. Double check that my audio is not running so I can briefly just listen to a thing. I want the book. Oh, it's not that much money either. Oh. Ready to be sad, everybody? I'm going to turn on my audio. It's just small bean.
Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes. Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes. Someday I'll wake and rub. Someday I'll wake and rub my eyes. And in that land beyond the skies, you'll find me. I'll wake and rub my eyes. And in that place,
He's very sad. I'm having a sad time with this, guys. I might end the stream in a little bit. I've been running since 11, so that's almost 5 hours. Which, you know, is good because I haven't been streaming. But I need to stop at some point, you know?